evening, everyone. Welcome to the business meeting of the Wall Township Public School District Board of Education. Please join me with the flag salute. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask our business secretary, Mr. Smythe, to read the sunshine statement and roll call, please.
Sunshine announcement. This is the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for which adequate notice under the Open Public Meeting Act was provided by a notice to the CoStar, Asbury Park Press, written notice to the Township Clerk's Office, all Wall Township Public Schools, and a posting in the Board Administration Office on January 5th, 2023. Sorry. Take a roll call. Mr. Anizio?
Here.
Mr. Buffa?
Here.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Here.
Ms. Hodnett?
Here.
Mr. Maliff?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak? Here. Ms. Stites?
Here. Thank you. At this time, I have a motion for the board to go into executive session for the letters on the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Second.
Mr. Nasser? All in favor? Okay, the board will be back at approximately 7:30 to enjoy some awesome student showcases and then have the business meeting. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Wall Township Public Schools Board of Education Business Meeting for Tuesday, May 16th of 2023. Please join me in welcoming the members of the Wall High School NNDCC Color Guard as they present the colors and we perform the flag salute. As always, we're very happy to have our members of the NNDCC with us for our meetings, and we appreciate that they take the time to come out. At this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Smythe to please perform roll call.
Mr. Anizio?
Here.
Mr. Buffa?
Here.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Here.
Ms. Hodnett?
Here.
Mr. Malouf?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak? Here. Student Representative Mr. Daly?
Here.
Ms. Stites?
Here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At Board of Education, we have some special presentations this evening. At this point, I would like our board members, as well as our student representative to the board, to take a spot in the audience near the front. If you would do so, that would be terrific, because I think it's best, everything is best viewed from that vantage point. Okay, it is my honor and privilege to present to you, to welcome to the podium, our wonderful principal from Allenwood School, Dr. Erin O'Connell. Dr. O'Connell?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, Board of Ed. Baseball teams M&Ms and Skittles are gearing up for their annual match. There's nothing quite like a good game, and these rivals are in it to win it. The new girl in town seems pretty cool, but on the field, there's just one hitch. The teams like to sing, and girls don't pitch. Will the teams change their ways? Will anyone score a home run? Allenwood presented John Jacobson's musical, It's a Hit, on Friday, March 3rd. With 25 cast members and 10 crew members, the show was a huge success for our fifth graders involved. Our evening performance was completely sold out, and teachers, Mrs. McLaughlin and Mr. V, can't thank the PTG and Mrs. Campbell enough for helping to make this amazing program run again. Please enjoy some highlights of our evening performance.
What do you mean? All right, and sing some really? It's a musical! Oh, a musical. Well, that's year, but on our baseball team, there's just one pitch. We like to sing, and girls don't pitch. Oh yeah, we'll see about that. And here we go, fans. Bases are loaded, 2 outs and 2 strikes on batter. The next pitch could be the one, so pitcher takes a deep breath. He goes into the windup. It might be, it could be, it's a home run! If you're gonna be a pitcher, then you gotta be tough. And if you want to get it done, you gotta get into the strike zone. And you wanna be the one step up and get into the strike zone. Well, Coach, I believe in that, but it just doesn't seem like we can get the other team out. We're knocking our pitches out of the park. At this rate, we'll never make it home to the yard. Well, Coach, it may be time to change stance. It may be time to give the new girl a chance. But she's a girl, and even more, it's never done on our team with it. Approaching the mound for the first time in this year of baseball, a real-life girl who goes by the name Fastball Field. The crowd is breathless as she goes into motion for her first pitch. 94 miles an hour. Strike one. 96 miles an hour. Strike two. 100 miles an hour. Strike three. Judge about to smile and see on your face. I think we got our number one ace. She can pitch. It really matters who you are. If you play the game right, you can be an all-star. We're all part of the team. Thank you all for coming to our game. Remind you not as well game. One thing we have learned, and this is it, we put baseball, music, and friends together.
Well, Dr. O'Connell, I mean, I think it says it all. It was a hit. I can see why you were so proud and wanting to come and share that. What a magical night for you and your students and their parents. And these are the nights they remember. I've said it here time and time again that these are the activities that the students remember, when they're, mid-50s like me. So thank you. Thank you very much. The next item that we wish to really highlight is at the high school level, and to do so, I'd like to invite our Director of Athletics, Marnie Henry. Marnie? Ms. Henry?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here tonight. A lot has been going on at the high school with athletics, but we cannot go a day more without honoring an outstanding accomplishment by one of our very own wrestlers. Before we bring up the young man that we're here to honor, I wanted to also invite his coach up. Mr. Brian Fisher has done an amazing job with not the wrestling team, it's a wrestling program and it's a family. coming in. I cannot tell you how grateful I am for this man to be leading our young men and women. So thank you, Coach Fisher, for everything you do. And I'm going to turn it over to him to speak about one of our awesome student athletes that we're here to represent.
Thank you. Thank you. So we all know wrestling's a very grueling sport, and it's a long sport, long season and everything, and very proud of our accomplishments this year. And one that we would like to highlight is Donovan DeStefano, who is a three-time state qualifier as a junior, and he's a two-time district champ and a two-time region champ, and it's my pleasure to bring him on up here and congratulate him on a phenomenal season representing the Wall Knights. Oops, sorry.
Great job.
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot. But anyway, we are so incredibly proud of everything that you were able to accomplish. And I know, having seen many wrestling events for years and years and years and years, holy cow, it's intense. Right? It is, and you really rocked it. And, we're just so incredibly proud of you. So we just wanted you to know that. Okay? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next special student presentation is, something that it comes up when it comes up, and I am so incredibly proud of the number of Eagle Scouts that really are within our school district. I will tell you, the commitment, if you're not familiar with what it takes to be an Eagle Scout, I invite you to really look into it, because it is an exercise in perseverance on a level that really is far beyond any high school students, what you would imagine a high school student really is capable of. These students continually press and press. They are so incredibly busy during the school day, incredibly busy, and their commitments take them really, they take them, late into the evenings, into the summer months. It really, working towards the distinction of Eagle Scout is really a 24/7 job. And it's so amazing that we have been able to honor so many within our school district. Our Eagle Scouts have done some amazing community work, both locally, and some of them have even gone really international with their pursuits. I know that if I'm ever trapped on a deserted island, I know I definitely want one of them with me, because just the ingenuity of, if you're not familiar with this, with scouting, just the confidence that can be built, the ingenuity that really is required, it's not even outside the box thinking that's required. It's outside the box, around the corner and down the street type of thinking that's involved. And I just wanted to really bring that home. And at this point, Ms. Steintz and I are going to really recognize some of our most recent Eagle Scouts. And if they would be so kind as to, if I hand them the microphone and to share what your project was, I would love that. Is that okay? Not to put you on the spot, but you guys work so hard, and I want everybody to know how the amazing Mark, because through the Eagle Project, it's not just a project, it's really a legacy for students that come after you, and it's also a legacy for the community. It's a legacy for you and for your families, and I think it's really something that I know I wish to showcase. So, without any further ado, would Nick Bryden come on down? Okay. All right, Nick, what's the project?
So I did at Bryce Park, I redid this flagpole area. I basically put Belgian block as a border, and then I redid all the rocks in it, and then also added plants to it. They were kindly donated from Barlow's, so yeah, that was my project.
Thank you. It's terrific. Yep, for a picture. Our next Eagle Scout is Thomas Fury.
Hi, my name is Thomas Fury, and for my Eagle Scout, I rebuilt an area for clothing donation bins at the Church of St. Martha's in Point Pleasant. And the donations for these bins go towards a charity called Seeds of Service and Brick. Thank you.
Thomas? Definitely you can't pass up an opportunity for a group photo. Okay, would Alex Lee come on down?
So my project, I built squirrel houses and raccoon houses to donate to the SPCA.
I'd like to welcome Mark Lee.
I rebuilt stairs at the Old Wall Historical Society.
And they needed them. Nathaniel Little.
For my project, I rebuilt an archery range at Camp Zender. It's a YMCA. After it had been destroyed in a storm, the archery range flooded, and having been there myself, I knew how much the opportunity to do archery mattered to kids, and I felt that I didn't want children to be able to miss out on the great opportunity that it provided. Thank you.
Thank you. And would James Brendan McWeeny come on down?
I built picnic tables for the youth center.
Thank you, Brendan. Okay, we are going to, before we take this group shot, I just want to really punctuate that, service is such an incredible component to citizenship. And I know that the students right here in front of all of us will carry their commitment to service for years and years and years to come. It's in their DNA. It's what they do. And I, on behalf of everyone in this room, the Board of Education, thank you for all that you've done for us. Board of Education will take our seats at the dais, only to come back out shortly after.
Mr. Smythe, if you wouldn't mind, please, a quick roll call.
Yes, I will. Mr. Anisio?
Here.
Mr. Buffa?
Here.
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Here.
Ms. Hodnett?
Here.
Mr. Malleth?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak?
Here.
Mr. Daly?
Here.
Ms. Stites?
Here. Okay. At this time, we'll be opening the floor for public comment on school-related issues. I'd like to please remind the public that the board requests those individuals speaking will be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when making comments. If you would like to make public comment, you can either use our podium here, or there's also one located at the top of the stairs.
Mary Connors, Wall Township. I'm speaking tonight on the fact that I noticed Section 16, number JJ, the Naval Science Program is being put on the docket to have our program put on a part-time basis, or at least our adjunct teacher made part-time, which would leave our cadets without leadership, without their Naval Science 1, 2, 3, 4, their gym classes. You welcome them here each meeting to salute the flag. They come proudly. They serve our community in more ways than one. Most of them are moving on to higher education and serving our nation through ROTC scholarships, giving more than 1.5 years for every year in college. If my daughter does her master's, she has to give 9 years back to our country. Please don't hang these kids out to dry. Some kids don't play football and need a scholarship through ROTC or NNDCC in order to go to school. We're not the lucky families in Wall. We're not all privileged. Please consider our children for a full-time staff member in the high school. Thank you.
Thank you. And excuse me, the superintendent will be addressing that in her report. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. Is this
Who
thing
was
on?
first?
Susan Meerdink. I'm here to speak about the NNDCC program as well. It was amazing tonight to see you guys recognize the great kids that we have at Wall Township Schools, but I'd also like to recognize the great kids sitting over there from the NNDCC program. These kids have a sense of service. They make our community proud. They may not be athletes, but some of them are. They do double duty. And my son is a member of this program. Without this program, my son would have floundered this year. He is a freshman. He was bullied last year, and he needed to find a place. The NNDC has given him pride in himself, in his community, and in Wall High School. He loves this program. And as a chaperone at the Navy Ball, I can tell you that the commitment that these kids have to the program and to what it stands for should make Wall just as proud as any athlete that comes across our stage. I know that the football team and the other sports teams have boosters. I would be more than willing, if this is a matter of money, to spearhead a parent booster organization to raise money to keep this program going. If that's what this is about, I'll kick in the first $5,000, because I don't think that this program should go away. I think we should be equally proud of these kids as we are of the other kids in Wall. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. If the numbers are down, we need to think that COVID may have impacted enrollment in this program. We need to give kids the opportunity to find their footing once again as we come out of this ridiculous pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tierney Connors, and as I'm sure you can see, I'm also a member of the NJROTC unit at Wall High School. I joined this year as a junior, and this has been the best year of my high school career yet. I have met the most amazing people I will ever meet, and I am proud of the fact that I am able to learn about the men and women in history and currently that fight for our nation and its safety, including our unit leader. Our unit follows the 3 Navy Corps values: honor, courage, and commitment. Commitment to our country, our state, our school, and our unit. According to your agenda, item section 16JJ will be voted on tonight. A vote that risks the elimination of our unit, which I am personally concerned about. Like I said before, I am committed to my unit, and I will not stand by while you try to diminish the education of dozens of students, including one who is paying tuition to come to Wall High School for our NJROTC program. One of the Eagle Scouts you honored tonight is our commanding officer in this unit. We proudly present our colors at every Board of Ed meeting upon your request. Why would you then try and turn a vote on your agenda that puts our unit at risk? If you pass this vote tonight, you will affect the lives of so many students at this school and possibly prevent them from serving our amazing country and going on to a higher education with the help of an ROTC scholarship. Please think about this, about the consequences to this agenda item, and I hope that you all vote for it not to pass Section 16JJ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nathan Scott, and obviously I'm here to speak on the same behalf as all of them. This class, I've been in it since freshman year, and I'm now a junior, and it has changed me in huge ways. Like, if it wasn't for this class, I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you all today and talk about this. I know at least half the kids in the program are planning on to go in the military or the leadership academies, and all because of this class, it was made possible. And getting rid of this class would just absolutely destroy all of us. Some of us didn't even know each other, and the first day we were taught to get along with each other, and now we're all great friends. And just getting rid of this class would be the worst decision I think I've ever seen.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Baldassar. I'm a freshman at Wall High School and a cadet of the NJROTC. I would like to bring to attention what all the other cadets have brought to attention, but what I would like to say is that I joined this year. I've been in this elective for 7 months, and I have learned countless lessons from seniors, juniors, people that are my like peers. And I think if we get rid of this elective, it will eliminate that for our incoming 8th graders that I'm sure would love to be a part of this elective. And as someone seeking a military career, it would completely eliminate like opportunities in college, scholarships, different things like that. It would absolutely diminish that. And I think getting rid of it would be a terrible, terrible outcome for everyone in the ROTC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Dillette, and I'm a proud Girl Scout and attendee of Wall High School. And last year in 8th grade, I had a lot of trouble trying to find my place in society. I was a little bit of an outcast, I would say, and I was looking at my schedule and I was looking at the choices that I had to make for the upcoming 9th grade year, and I had no idea what to do, and on a whim I joined the Service and Leadership program. And when I tell you that in countless ways, more ways than 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, this program has completely changed my life and the way that I look at the world and the way that I look at my peers. The people that I have met and the people that will continue to influence me have continuously been pillars of support in my life that will forever be here with me and forever support me through my decisions that I make and the places I go on to be a part of and go on to see, and the places I volunteer at. They're everywhere. They're here in my heart and they're here around me, and I can only ever thank enough the Service and Leadership program at Wall High School for the opportunities and the people I've met and the ways that it has changed my life makes me speechless. I'm just so shaky talking about it because of how important this is to me and at how much risk this voting is putting a program that changed my life so significantly. And I stand in front of you today and I ask you to please vote against it and to please give other incoming 8th graders, 7th graders, and 6th graders a chance to meet the people I have met this year and to have the experiences that I wish others will have for years to come. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gavin Cartinella, and I am a freshman at the Wall High School, and I am a cadet in the Wall NNDCC program. And I have met countless upon countless of amazing and inspiring people through this program, many of which are here with me today and have spoken. And when I first started high school, I had no idea what I was going to do until I thought, maybe I want to join the ROTC and join the military after high school. And just the experience I've gotten from the very short time I have even been in this program, it hurts to hear and see and even just think of the possibility that generations after I even leave this school will not be able to experience what other cadets here have experienced in their time. And never would I have thought that when I joined this year that it's a possibility that this is my one only year in an NNDCC program. And it makes me think about the future on what I'm going to do if the board votes to diminish the program and get rid of it. So I say from my heart and speaking for all of the cadets here today to please vote against this, vote against getting rid of the program for the livelihood of all the cadets here today, the cadets who aren't here today, and the cadets in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Koman. I am also a cadet in the Wall NNDCC. With this program, I've learned many things from people who have now gone and done great things. They have left this program. I've seen some go to West Point, some go to the Naval Academy. We have people looking at going to the Coast Guard Academy. We have others that, I think we have 2 people that actually pay to just go to this unit from out of town. One of them is looking at going to West Point or the Naval Academy. The other is also looking at a Naval Academy scholarship. Me, myself, I went into this unit not only because of the scholarship opportunities, but because it gave me many opportunities to meet people in the military, understand their experiences, to see what I would like to do in my own life. I'm actually have a meeting with a recruiter on Thursday because of this. I also know that through this unit, you do get a promotion if you do 3 years to E3 if you choose to enlist. That helps a lot. You're jumping 2 pay grades in the future when you're already out of high school, and that's way behind you. A lot of these kids, should you choose to disband the program, will not get these benefits. As some of them said, they're in their first year. You have to do 3. I've done my 3, but I want to make sure they still have the same opportunities I did. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. In the event that is all of our, we're not done with public comment, but I would like to encourage our young people who have spoken so eloquently to here tonight to please wait for the superintendent's report, because I think there's a lot of things that she can clarify for you. We know that you all do a tremendous job, and we appreciate you coming and speaking, but I think we need to clear up some misinformation, okay? So if you guys have the time, you may want to stay around for that superintendent's report. We still have public comment open. Please feel free.
Liza Lee,
Well Township. So first I want to thank you for acknowledging everyone that was acknowledged this afternoon. Oh, sorry. Then I got really loud. So my kids are seniors, and so after June 16th, I don't really have a horse in the game anymore. But I tend to have a lot to say, and I don't usually bring it up, partly because my kids are kind of out of high school, and it won't really affect them anymore until my son comes home really disappointed, and then I feel like I need to say something. And so I realize that what's on the agenda tonight is not to get rid of the program. I realize that it's to change from a full-time to a part-time position. But I think the fear is that if the current teacher does not take that part-time position and we cannot get another one, then we don't have a teacher anymore. And I think that's a big concern of the kids right now, is that if we can't fill a part-time position for the Service and Leadership Academy, then it may go away. One of the other things I wanted to mention is that, sorry, it's a little small. Obviously both my kids are in Boy Scouts, but aside from Boy Scouts, for Alex, ROTC was probably just as important as Boy Scouts, if not more important. If he could spend his whole day in naval science, he would. And so when they were in 8th grade, we came to the academy night and we listened about the Engineering Academy and the Business Academy and the Service and Leadership Academy. And I think one thing that's important to note is that the academy, the Service and Leadership Academy, is not where you need to be accepted. Anyone can join, which I think in some ways is great, but I think in other ways it doesn't get the same attention as the other two academies do. And personally, I don't feel that the Service and Leadership Academy should be treated any different. So I've been to events where it's the engineering and business have an event, but then Service and Leadership's not included. So obviously kids need role models. 4 years ago, Nick Rotunda was a senior at Well High School. He was an Eagle Scout. He was the commanding officer in the ROTC. He was awarded a Navy ROTC scholarship. Clearly, Alex looked up to him because he's following in a lot of those same things. Alex will be attending the Illinois Institute of Technology in the fall as part of the ROTC prep program. Once he finishes his freshman year, he will be guaranteed a 4-year ROTC scholarship so that he can commission into the Navy at the end of his 4th or 5th year. So I think it's important that we put some emphasis on this academy because obviously it has an impact on a lot of students. One of the things that has happened in the course of high school was that there was a change in the administration leadership for this academy. It was also in the middle of COVID. So I don't know if that has had some effect on kind of it not getting the attention that it may have deserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Don't really want to change the topic, but I'm going to have to change the topic just for a second. Jeff Dominic, Wall Township. I've been meaning to get to one of these meetings all year, so I want to get to this one before the end of the school year. But seeing these students is amazing, to be very honest with you. And I came here tonight to praise the students of Wall High School. My wife and I started the Wall Challenger League 16, almost 17 years ago. We got the special needs group, and we partnered with some of the sports teams in soccer and in basketball and in softball, and we've been doing it for a long time, and we opened up the volunteers to anybody. And I have to tell you that you should be very proud of the students at Wall High School, the parents, the teachers. Mr. Fisher just left, but he had his whole wrestling team at the girls basketball game that we had our special needs kids on the court at halftime. We had parents that made signs. We had students all around the court rooting our kids on. And even the opposing team, Monmouth Regional, didn't go into the locker room at halftime. They stayed out to watch our special needs kids play for about 10 minutes. And we were lucky enough to have one of the students make a basket at the buzzer, and the place went crazy. So that was nice. But I just wanted to, sometimes I watch the Board of Ed meetings on Zoom, and everybody's yelling and screaming and so on and so forth. And I just wanted to make sure everybody knew just how fortunate we are, what great students. I mean, if you do away with this program, I don't even know what to tell you, because this is what you want to represent Wall High School, students that are here. But the volunteers that we've had, especially this year, because we had COVID, so we really had a disjointed season for a couple of years. But so this year we were able to get back on the soccer field, on the basketball court, on the softball field, and I wanted to highlight Coach Wisher. I'm a little disappointed that the Director of Athletics isn't here, because she really should hear how Coach Wisher had her team at every Saturday, every game we had at Allenwood Grammar School. She had her team there as buddies for our students. She was there every Saturday. Even if they had a game Saturday morning, they were there to volunteer. And teachers like that, and these students had never worked with special needs kids before, never. And they were so natural that it was incredibly refreshing for our program. And we have a whole variety of special needs kids, Downs, autistic, different age groups, and they just jumped right in and buddied up with them. So we've given community service for years. We've written letters of recommendation to get kids into school. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew just how fortunate we are to have such great students, teachers, parents at Wall High School. So thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, I had not originally intended on speaking here tonight, but seeing that the consideration in removing the ROTC program, I decided I would regret if I didn't. I've known some of the people that are in that program, and they're great people. And I know how positively the program has helped them and how it's helped them to overcome the various difficulties that they might have had. And so I just wanted to quickly say how much of a shame it would be for future children to lose out on the great opportunities that the ROTC program presents them. And I just felt the need to say something, because I felt if I did not get up here to help to keep the program going, I would regret not doing so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Duran. First, I just wanted to thank Jeff Dominic and his wife for all that they have done for Wall. It's extraordinary. My son came up through their program way back in the day, almost 20 years ago, and he had been, half his body had been paralyzed, and he came up through that program due to his desire to play sports, and there really wasn't a possibility except for the Dominics, and they opened that door. And Mr. Dominic probably doesn't even know it, but I had doctors from Johns Hopkins and Jersey Shore come see my son play basketball, because his recovery from his paralysis was just so miraculous, and it was so driven by this desire, even with autism, to participate in what the Dominics laid out for him in soccer and in basketball. It's a true blessing, and I wanted to say thank you. And I also want to say thank you to all the cadets that are here. I attended a high school that did not have an ROTC program, but I did join ROTC in college, and I was behind all the ROTC kids who were lucky enough to have it in high school, and I wished I'd had it. And I was recruited into the Foreign Service upon graduation and served overseas instead of here. But your goal of service extends beyond just here to Wall. It's to your state, it's to your country. And the idea of cutting a teacher from full to part-time, placing it at risk at all, actually gives me the goosebumps, because it's programs like the Dominics, it's programs like the ROTC unit that actually make a difference, often to children who are marginalized or just aren't quite sure and don't have everything laid out in front of them the way some are lucky to have. My godson went through the ROTC program, and although he didn't pursue further education, he's still acquitting himself well in society, and so much of it he learned through that program. So I just think that for the Ms. Stites, if you could just remind the superintendent that she spoke words of thanking people for their service tonight when they were Boy Scouts. Do not speak out of both sides of your mouth and take away a big service component of Wall High School, because that's what this unit is. It's for service. Thank you. I only have a few seconds left. Ms. Stites, all my questions are now addressed to you, but I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask you to ask these of Mr. Smythe. And I know a lot of people here don't know about what I'm going to ask questions about, but they're questions I've been asking for the last 3 years, and I'd like to have them addressed at some point. I'd like the dignity of a response. I'd like you to ascertain these. You don't have to keep correcting me. Has Mr. Smythe agreed to be interviewed for any of the 3 Taylor investigations that were held? That includes the one by Dr. Cram, the one by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and the report prepared by Anthony Cirillo. Did he ever speak to Joe McAlin or Marcy McAlin? Why was Mobile Lease the only vendor on the site days before the bids were opened when the site visit was not in the bid specs? Was Mr. Smythe ever set up to meet personally with Mobile Lease when they were there? And why didn't he visit the trailers as he said he was going to do? He told me on the record 3 years ago he didn't, but he never said why. And why did he claim that Ted Hopkins inspected the trailers personally when we've spoken to Ted Hopkins and he's advised that he never visited Princeton and never visited the Wall used trailers that we ended up purchasing? I see my time's up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall. I'd like to commend all the students and the parents that got up and talked tonight about the ROTC. It is disheartening to hear, this was going to be shoved in this agenda, and I guess it was a good thing the Eagle Scouts were going on tonight. But, I mean, you had a resolution. It's in your agenda tonight, and it's saying that you basically have to cut out these programs because you don't have the money. And, I mean, that's absurd. It's just one of the factors, but we gave the superintendent a retroactive raise of over $20,000. It's just disingenuous to put this in here. It says, for the reasons of the economy, reduction in the number of students, and for other good cause. I looked in the F&F minutes, I looked in the personnel minutes, I see no discussion about this. Just like that one woman said, she'd put up some money. I'm sure other people would too, but we shouldn't have to because we have enough in the budget to pay for this. So when you look on the page, so I'm pretty good at this now, right? And I see Frank Harrison, number 144, he's down to 0.6, and his pay is cut. He is the only one on the page. There are 20 pages. Everybody can look at this on the agenda. So, I mean, it's so disingenuous, Ms. Stites, to tell us that, wait till you hear from the super. We shouldn't have to wait to hear from the super because this shouldn't have been on here. And now I think you're all embarrassed enough to be called out on it that you're going to table it. Because if you didn't, there's going to be, the Wall is, out there in the news already. Why would you want to do something so stupid as this? And you'd hurt the kids. The other one is the football coach is not being brought back, and I see you have a resolution for the same thing for reasons in the economy. You're getting rid of a business teacher. But that's the head coach of the football team. So he's not coming back, but we have to hide it in this nonsense of that. It would just be so much more honest if you just said he's not coming back. It's so upsetting. I put in a number of OPERs. Mr. Smythe, he just ignores them. And the board does nothing. Tracy Handerhan does nothing. Board President Christine Stites, she does nothing. Adam Nasser, he does nothing. He's writing notes. God knows what he's writing down because he never gets back to you on anything. But there are text messages about me and my son that a board member, Ralph Adonisio, has out there. And I've asked you, did you write those text messages, Mr. Adonisio? I opened the text messages. They were due. I think they were returned to somebody else. I said I'd like them. It'll take a matter of seconds, and I don't get them. And when we have time, we'll go over, the rest of the things that this board is doing wrong. You should not be on the board if you're not here to work for the kids. And that's the big problem that we have.
Thank you, Mrs. Grass. Do we have anyone else for public comment? Seeing that we don't, I'm going to be closing public comment. Prior to starting the student representative report, I'm going to go a little out of order out of respect for our students who are here, and I'm going to ask the superintendent to very clearly address the misinformation that's out there right now regarding this program.
Okay, first off, I would like to really just congratulate the students that did speak tonight. You spoke eloquently, you spoke passionately, and for one, I'll speak for myself, but I'm sure I'm not alone on this dais, is that we are incredibly, incredibly proud of you for exercising your citizenship, exercising your leadership, to come out tonight and to really convey how you feel. There are a couple things. As many of you are aware, this year, the district had to make some very, very, very difficult decisions in order to close a budget gap. The last 3 years, it has been necessary to reduce the teaching force across the K-12 continuum due to economic reasons as well as low enrollment. For next year, due to budget constraints and low enrollment, the NNDCC teaching schedule is slated to be part-time. It is not eliminated. The district is no longer in the financial position to run courses with single-digit enrollments. It is imperative that the district balance robust programming for students while being mindful and respectful of the taxpayers. I wish to stress that I, as well as the entire Board of Education, are committed to supporting a robust junior military program. We want it to grow. Please note that we will continue supporting the program through the grades 9 through 12, Naval Science 1, Naval Science 2, Naval Science 3, Naval Science 4, and PT will be provided to the students. This is a matter of being more efficient with our resources. We are not ending this program.
Cutting this program to part-time means there will be no one after school to do the drills, to do all of the other stuff that is part of military training. If you cut this teacher to part-time, you will have to.
Point of order.
You will be cutting them at the knees. You're cutting this program off at the knees, and you know it. You're playing semantics. And I'm very sorry, I'm not usually.
Athena,
Don't turn your face to the flag. These kids
Point of order.
damn hard. They work just as hard as any athlete in this school district.
We understand. Thank you for the public comment portion, and please let that's okay, and we'll let understood. We'll have the meeting to proceed. Please don't call out Ms. Cross. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, back. This is for the students. We are looking to support you. We are looking for robust programming for you. I will speak for myself. I am woefully disappointed with the enrollment numbers. Again, this is a matter of.
Ladies,
Please stop calling out, please.
This is not productive.
Please stop calling out. You had the opportunity to provide a public comment uninterrupted. Please give the other members in this meeting the same opportunity. Thank you. Please,
Of course we
please
do.
stop interrupting.
Okay, as far as the low enrollment and the single digits, it is across numbers across the 9-12 continuum. It is across 4 grade levels. We are here to support you. We believe in this program. We believe that this program needs to be strengthened. We believe these things, and we want, whether whether you feel this way or not right now, our goal is to build the best program to prepare you for all the things that you spoke so passionately and eloquently about. We want you. This is arguably one of the most important programs in the entire district. We recognize that. We are incredibly, incredibly grateful to you for coming to our board meetings every month to add dignity to a very, very important meeting to conduct school business. We honor you. We honor the program. You may feel differently at this particular moment, and I understand that. But know that right now, each and every one of you have a schedule that has the courses that you need to continue in the program. If school opened tomorrow, your schedules would say, if you were in Naval 2, it would say Naval 2. It is a matter of fortifying and strengthening an incredibly, incredibly program. My dream, quite frankly, is to have 200 students in this particular program. That is how much I am committed to it. That's how much this Board of Education is committed to it. We want to build a beautiful program to provide you with every opportunity, whether you want to enlist. And for those of you that are looking to enlist, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because there is no greater service. And this evening, perhaps it's serendipitous that we honor the Eagle Scouts. Service is it's the greatest thing, and it's what makes this country great. And I wish to convey to you how important this type of programming is. We want more and more kids to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities that something like this can provide, whether it's enlisting at a higher rank, which, by the way, is phenomenal. To leave high school with advanced rank, that is something incredibly special, and we do not want to take that away from you. In fact, we want more people to take advantage of it.
Point of order.
Why is it not in your minutes?
Mrs. Cross, please do not call out.
Answer those questions.
Stop calling out, please. Thank you. Please stop
That's
calling
actually
out.
incorrect.
Yeah.
It's part of the superintendent's report.
Okay, it's not correct. Please stop
Students.
calling out, Ms. Cross. Thank you.
Students, I thank you again for coming out tonight. I thank you again for speaking so passionately, so eloquently, and please know that we are incredibly grateful for what you do, and your programming is intact for what you need for next year.
All right. At this time, we are going to be moving to a student representative report, but I'd like to assure the students who are part of this program, I think it's definitely in line that there's a meeting between administration and potentially members of our board who actually served in the military, so that you have some sense of what direction is being taken, okay? So that's going to happen. At this point in time, Mr. Daly, will you please commence with your student representative report?
Be honored.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hard to follow that one, but privileged and honored to be the person to do so. This past week or a couple weeks has been very eventful for Wall High School. Personally, the past 2 weeks we have completed our AP testing. Mr. Nardino, sit in front row. He was my English teacher back in middle school. His dad was one of the proctors, so it was great to see Mr. Nardino Sr., and he was a great proctor. Outside of the classroom, the class of 2024, primarily me and my friend Matthew Ramashowski, we're both in student advisory. I'm secretary, he is the president. Hosted Wall High School's very first talent show, and it was a hit. It was a sold-out crowd and a great night with many unique talents on display. It was really cool to see kids that really don't have the chance to showcase their talents to be able to showcase them. Most notably, someone in my grade named Jared McLaughlin. He did Frank Sinatra's My Way, and standing ovation. It was a great time, and I was so happy we got that done. So that's definitely going to be something that we continue to next year. In addition, many students traveled to Toms River to the Field of Dreams. Mr. Dominic, we mentioned how he does the Challenger games, and that was really awesome. And it's today, many students within the special needs classrooms alongside their buddies that were placed in 4B gym got to play in a kickball game against Toms River East. Personally, I was the videographer for today, so I got all the footage of the game that's going to go on the morning show. Meanwhile, there was a whole fan bus, and it was heartwarming to see all these kids with special needs have the chance to play in front of a crowd and play kickball. Kids' families went, and I mean, just there was tears, and there was a big playground at the event. So it was such an awesome day, and I was honored to be a small part of it and get it on footage so we can always remember it. Shout out to Mrs. Morin, who works with the special needs kids, for setting it all up alongside Mr. Santiago and all the other wonderful teachers that helped out with that. Meanwhile, on the links, the boys golf team just won states, so congratulations to them. Volleyball has senior night tomorrow. I will be emceeing the game and shouting them all out. I know Alex Lee, where's he at? He's on the team. He's a big senior, so congratulations to Alex, one of the captains of the team. And make sure to go to that game tomorrow. I believe it's at 5:15. The track team has also had great success this year. I'm a proud member of that. The girls 4x400 shattered the school record, and lacrosse team's doing very well themselves. I also want to shout out Marissa Amidi, Sarah Nugent, Cassidy Savage, and Katie Cortez, who were all awarded at the Congressional Art Show. The congressman around here was there to give out awards to some of the best arts work in all of Monmouth County. So that was awesome. And then finally, junior prom is this Friday, and June 2nd is the date of senior prom. All students are eager to dance and get their boogie on, especially me. I can't wait for that. Just got my tuxedo today before this, so I'll be looking sharp. And that's all I have. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate your report. Great job. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to be moving on to a special presentation is the Teacher to Remember essay contest that was sponsored by the WTEA. Would you like us to return to the front?
Best, yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you Ms. Gail Marr. She's one of our math teachers at the intermediate school, and she's also the WTEA president. And she's here to continue our annual very special program. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have a program that we've done it in and out of COVID, and it's a Teach to Remember program. We offer it to seniors, 8th graders, and 5th graders to write about the teacher that they remember at that point in their life. We got hundreds of letters written, and we'd like to showcase one from each school. And what we did is all of the other letters that were written, we got them back to those individual teachers to let them know all of the letters that were written about them. So normally we start at the younger level, so I thought we would change it up today. We have an unfortunate situation with the high school. Both the teacher and the student are not here tonight. The teacher is teaching a class, and the student is out sick. So I'd just like to mention their name, and then we'll move on. Marco Herrera wrote a lovely letter about Miss Smith. So we're going to get that letter to her, okay? I'd like to introduce and bring up Maeve Donovan, who has written about Senora Rosen, her Spanish teacher. Could Miss Rosen come up?
It's hard for me to imagine a school day without French class, without a 55-minute period of constant laughs, true friendship, and meaningful learning. Madame Rosen took us in as 6th graders with minimal knowledge on the subject, and she's leaving us with a thorough understanding of French language and culture. Beyond that, she took a group of kids from 4 elementary schools and turned us into a family. She made us understand that every question was important and asking for help was a good thing. And most of all, she showed us that learning could be fun. Madame Rosen has had a huge impact on my life, and she changed the way I view learning. She was someone I looked up to for these past 3 years, and she's a teacher I will truly never forget. Throughout my 3 years as a French student, Madame Rosen has taught me much more than just verbs and vocabulary. For one, her assessment and classwork methods show me how to study most effectively and efficiently. Although it was challenging at times, having Madame Rosen push us to practice, memorize, and utilize our French in short periods of time definitely paid off in the long run. Now I can safely say that I'm able to cram and prepare for assessments with any amount of time allotted, even overnight. Furthermore, Madame Rosen made sure that French class was a relaxed, enjoyable part of our day. We knew that whether we were watching a movie, learning new vocabulary, or even taking a test, there was no reason to be stressed once we walked into that room. She thoroughly prepared us each and every time we had any kind of assessment. She provided us with multiple study guides and resources, and she would delay an assessment until our class was fully prepared. She always catered to our needs and listened to our concerns. Additionally, Madame Rosen demonstrated time and time again that learning could be fun. She took normal class activities and added game-like elements to them, let us choose our own path in French skits, and even made learning grammar interactive and engaging. Coming to WIS as a 6th grader, I was slightly apprehensive about my choice to study French, as more students were enrolled in Spanish. Now, as I get ready to enter high school, I cannot be more thrilled with my decision. I truly hope that the next few generations of French students enjoy and appreciate Madame Rosen as much as I did. She is a 1 in a million teacher, and I'm lucky to have been her student for 3 years. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. The next student and teacher we would like to talk about is from West Belmar. And Lily Osmond could not be here tonight. And Mr. Abil, in her place, is going to read the letter to Mrs. Fazzari.
Thank you. No, I'm going to give him to Shannon. Where's Shannon? So Lily has a championship softball game tonight. Congratulations. Here, I got to put my glasses on. Come on over. All right. The Teacher I Will Remember by Lily Osmond. Miss Fazari has had such a big influence on me. Every time she's walking her class to a special, my best friend Reese and I go hug Mrs. Fazari in the hallway. I had her in 4th grade, and Mrs. Fazari will never be forgotten. I appreciate Mrs. Fazari for how fun she made it to master so many subjects, especially mathematics, English language arts. I would be nowhere without her. Even now, I still use the fun songs she creates to help us learn mathematics, which she does. I still use all the songs this year. We teach our current teacher the songs so that they can use them next year. Mrs. Fazari helped us learn so much while making it exciting. I think other kids will love having her as their teacher because of how likable and pleasurable it is to be in Miss Fazari's class. Miss Fazari's sacrifice for our 4th grade class and our school will always be noticed. We will always remember all of the songs she created for us to learn how to do division. She also worked with the student council to make the West Belmar yearbook. Miss Fazari will never be forgotten. She has helped me learn that you should spend some of your spare time helping the community. Her class is so pleasant to be in, and I will miss her so much when I go into the intermediate school. Congratulations, Miss Fazari. Shannon.
That's the small letter that you typed, and you can take the big letter. And do you want to give this to Lily? Yes. Do you want to take a picture? Oh, my God. Yes, yeah.
We'd like to honor a student and a teacher from Old Mill. If we could have Audrey Ambrosi come up and read her letter to Miss Greener.
A teacher to remember, Mrs. Greener. Mrs. Greener is the best teacher I have ever had, and I wanted to take a moment to express my deep appreciation for all Mrs. Greener has done for me and her other students. She's an incredible teacher, and her kindness, compassion, and dedication had made an impact on my life. She makes our class feel valued and appreciated and helped me believe in myself when I was struggling. Miss Greener goes above and beyond tirelessly to create a learning environment that is challenging yet supportive. She's always willing to help students to achieve their goals. She's patient, kind, and always makes me feel like I can do anything I put my mind to. She's always willing to lend an ear and loves to offer words of encouragement. Mrs. Greener's kindness is contagious and creates a learning that's warm and welcoming. She always wants to go the extra mile to help her students succeed. She also is ready to answer questions and always makes her math more simple and manageable to make it easier for everybody. One of the things that I appreciate the most is her dedication to her students' success. She challenged me to do my best and never gave up on me even when I wasn't doing my greatest. I will always be thankful for everything Miss Greener has done for me. I know I will use these skills for 6th grade and the rest of my life. Miss Greener made learning fun by playing games, playing music, and coordinating other activities into her lessons so her students would have fun. She also encouraged me to ask questions and explore my interests. She always has a smile on her face even if sometimes we get on her nerves. She's teaching us how to think critically, how to commute effectively, and how to be a good person. She puts a lot of effort into her work, and she works long hours dealing with parents and students. She's constantly facing new challenges and obstacles, but she never gives up. She keeps going even if there's something in her way. Mrs. Greener is always trying to find new ways to help us learn. In conclusion, Miss Greener is more than just a teacher. She's a role model that teaches students to never give up on their future dreams. She has an ability to inspire and motivate her students. Miss Greener is an incredible teacher, and I feel so lucky to have her as part of my life. In my opinion, Miss Greener deserves to be a principal. She is the best teacher I ever experienced, and I now feel ready for 6th grade because of her help.
Her letter to you. We'd like to honor the teacher and the student from Central School, Addison Puello, and Mrs. Quinn.
I am a 5th grade student from Central Elementary School in Mrs. Quinn's class. Mrs. Quinn is my favorite teacher and one I will never forget. She has been a big influence on my education, especially reading and writing. The first thing I want to tell students about Mrs. Quinn is that there's a feeling of happiness when you enter her classroom. She is always positive and seems genuinely happy to see us. She greets you with a smile on her face. Next, Ms. Quinn created a classroom that focuses on respect. Students have to have self-respect and respect for others. Students, including me, feel comfortable being ourselves and are not afraid other students will make fun of us because Mrs. Quinn would not allow it. In addition, I never feel frustrated or stressed in Mrs. Quinn's class. She always is willing to help anyone. And sometimes she tells us we can work in groups if we want. If classwork gets complicated, Mrs. Quinn has a positive attitude and is very encouraging. During tests, she would say positive things such as, "You got this," or "Try your best." When she helped the class write essays, she praised us and said, "I'm really proud of you guys." When I find something I don't understand, I feel comfortable going to Miss Quinn's desk and asking for help. She really listens to me. And when she explains things, Mrs. Quinn makes them easy to understand. Whenever we pass lessons in iReady Reading, Mrs. Quinn hands out tickets which can be entered into a raffle, and we can win prizes from the prize box. Not only does this encourage us to do our best, it also makes learning fun. We all get super excited when we pass a lesson and shout, "Mrs. Quinn, I passed a lesson." Mrs. Quinn is kind and generous. After school, on her own time and with her own money, Mrs. Quinn bought the class a lot of graphic novels and books she keeps in the classroom. Sometimes during reading, if we're not required to read an assigned book, we can choose whatever we like from the books she has. Sometimes we get an assigned book club, and each group can agree on a book of their choice. The group decides whether to read the book silently or aloud to discuss the topics Miss Quinn has assigned. After we discuss the topic Miss Quinn chose, or we read our discussed topic and we write it down in our reading notebook. It has been a lot of fun to discuss the books with my friends. This is another way Miss Quinn makes learning fun. This year I have learned a lot from Miss Quinn. She seems to have a lot of knowledge about reading and writing. She has known a lot about the topics she teaches in class. She inspires me to learn more about a subject on my own time. In writing this essay, it was really hard choosing my favorite teacher because I had so many great teachers in Central School. Miss Quinn stood out to me the most because she made me excited to go to her class. The biggest influence she had on my life is I feel confident now about writing essays. I don't write a paragraph as one long sentence anymore. Mrs. Quinn has also gotten me interested in reading other books and not just the Babysitter's Club series. In conclusion, someday in the future I may forget some of the things Miss Quinn said or did in class, but I will never forget how Miss Quinn made me feel.
And last but not least, would like to honor a student and a teacher. From Allenwood, Lizzie Burke, if you could come down. And Mrs. Witt, if you could come down.
Most memorable teacher essay. What is the teacher you remember most when you were little? My 5th grade teacher, Miss Witt, is the teacher I remember most because she taught me so much I never knew had to exist, like writing an essay and doing math. Now I am so much smarter than I was last year. She tells me how to fix it in the best way possible, and it really helps. One of the main reasons Miss Witt is the most memorable teacher because she mostly helped me with writing an essay because I thought it was a paper with reasons, but she taught me how writing an essay is at least 2 body paragraphs, a theme, and opening and closing, and that helped me a lot. Now I can write an essay all by myself. The next reading, why Miss Witt is the most memorable teacher I had in Allenwood, because she always helped me with math when I needed it. When I need help on New Jersey testing homework practice, she helped me and went over it, and then I understood it better. And then I did not understand how to do weight and capacity, and she helped me, and I found it really easy. To wrap it up, Miss Witt is one of my most memorable teachers because she helped me in math learning how to write an essay. Thank you so much, Miss Witt, for being my most memorable teacher in Allenwood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the students, all the students that wrote those beautiful letters, and honor those teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marr. I really appreciate you continuing this tradition because it is absolutely one of the highlights of all of our board meetings all year long. So it never gets old. So, you know, hey, if you want to do it again next month, you can come back too. Okay, with the Board of Education, would join me in returning to the dais.
Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Anizio.
Here.
Mr. Buffa.
Here.
Steve Giovanni.
Here.
Ms. Hodnett.
Here.
Mr. Maliff.
Here.
Mr. Nasser.
Here.
Mr. Sam Flippound.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak. And Ms. Stites.
Here. Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to recognize the Wall High School certificate students. For the students of the month, for grade 9, Olivia Cheney, grade 10, Gabriella Bonet, grade 11, Sean Coyle, and grade 12, Jake Burdinsky. For our Knights of the Week, we have senior Avery Noel, we have junior Nicole Uretsky, junior Isabella Esposito, and junior Anastasia Durek. Okay, The district activity calendar is packed with art and music showcases, sporting events, and end-of-the-year celebrations. We hope our community is able to stay informed by accessing the district website, as well as tying in with each individual school's SMORE newsletter. The Board of Education takes pride in recognizing our unified sports kickball team who took the field in Toms River today. The Unified Sports Initiative was introduced to our community at the March Board of Education meeting, and it was incredible to see players of all abilities united by respect and sportsmanship. We look forward to supporting all of our athletes as this program grows, and more to come from Mrs. Hodnett on that on the board report. We'd like to congratulate our WHS Art Department. Our students swept the 2023 Congressional High School Art Competition that was hosted by Congressman Chris Smith. Of the 89 student artists from Monmouth and Ocean counties, our students brought home top honors, winning first, second, and third runner-up. Marissa Amitier, Sarah Nugent, and Katie Cortez, as well as Best in Show to Ms. Cassidy Savage, whose piece will hang in the U.S. Capitol for 1 year. Special thanks to Ms. Jill Alexander, who has been a tremendous teacher to these students, as well as all of our teachers in our art department. The Board of Education hopes our educators enjoyed a wonderful Teacher Appreciation Week. Wall Township is proud of the many talented, dedicated professionals in our district who accept the incredible responsibility of educating our students. Some schools of thought suggest that teaching is a science. Others suggest it is an art, but the truth is a real teacher combines art and science and backs both with passion and dedication to the kids and the greater community. Over the course of a career, teachers touch hundreds, if not thousands, of young lives and have the chance to build confidence, inspire dreams, and encourage kids of all abilities on a daily basis. We are grateful to our teachers each and every day across the district. Finally, a word to our students. The board tries to highlight student awards, activities, and recognitions at each meeting. We also want to give shout outs to the many students across the district who are working hard, getting to school, and contributing to our school community by conducting yourselves responsibly. If you're handling a part-time job and getting your homework done, we are proud of you. If you continue to keep trying in classes that challenge you, we are proud of you. If you are kind to your classmates and respectful to your teachers, we are proud of you. And if you're brave enough to ask for help, we are proud of you. Each one of our students is important. They are part of our community, and we value each and every one of you simply because each one of you is uniquely you. So we appreciate our students, and that concludes my president's report. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Handerham.
Thank you, Ms. Stites. I would like to once again extend a heartfelt thank you to the Wall High School Color Guard and our student representative to the Board of Education, Christopher Daly, for joining us this evening. A big thank you is due out to the Allenwood School performers, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. V, and of course, Dr. O'Connell, for sharing your amazing highlights with us. Your performance was just wonderful. I am also happy to share, and Ms. Stites, Chris Daly mentioned it, and Ms. Hodnett will certainly mention it, but I'm happy to share that today was one of the best days of my career. This morning, WHS's Unified Sports Program had its first event competing against Toms River High School East at the Field of Dreams. As Ms. Stites mentioned, you may recall District Director of Special Services, Ms. Bond, and Special Education Supervisors, Dr. Samaha and Ms. Roberts. They presented on Unified Sports this past March. And I will tell you, today was beautiful in every way. Congratulations to our student athletes, and I would be remiss if I did not thank the best fan section of Monmouth County. We had so many students, staff, administrators, parents, and community members cheering our students on. Thank you to Mr. Buffa, Ms. Hodnett, and Mr. Malif for joining us as well. I would also like to thank Toms River Regional School District and Mr. Christian Kane for hosting this very, very special event. For those of you that attended Guys and Dolls at Wall High School, I am sure you will agree that the show and musical performances were absolutely terrific. May has been an incredibly busy month throughout Wall Township Public Schools. Congratulations to Wall High School's Delta Club for their Light the Night event. The elementary school Mother's Day programs have been incredibly special. And I would also like to punctuate what Mr. Daly said earlier about Wall High School for their talent show last week. It was incredibly well received and well attended. Well done. We are headed into prom and field day seasons and so many other spring festivities. Such wonderful events like this really fortify the school community. And of course, I would like to thank all of the students that participated in a Teacher to Remember essay contest. There is truly nothing better than to hear the words of appreciation from current and former students. And thank you to the WTEA for continuing this tradition for another year. Each year, schools are charged with reviewing harassment, intimidation, and bullying, or HIB data and programming. Using the categories and metrics provided by the New Jersey Department of Education, schools can receive up to 78 total raw points, with 78 being the highest score that can be achieved. The full breakdown for each category for each school is available on the district website, and it is within this evening's agenda packet. The overall score for each of the school districts for the 2021-2022 school year, not this school year, the previous school year, is as follows. Our district received a grade of 76. The high school received a grade of 74. The intermediate school received a grade of 77. Allenwood School, a grade of 76. Central School, a grade of 77. Old Mill School, grade of 76. West Belmar School, a grade of 76. And Wall Primary School received a 78. Last month, there was some public comment regarding item J17 from our audit. J17 is a chart that details operating statistics, including staffing. This chart is available on our website under the business department, under the within the audit document from this year that was presented last month by our auditor. The concern was that the district added 58 teachers last year. In 2021, it appears only teachers were reported. In 2022, the numbers from last year's audit, the numbers that were presented last month, include teachers as well as counselors, child study team members, speech professionals, behavioral personnel, etc. We are currently preparing an apple-to-apple comparison for fiscal years 21, fiscal year 22, and fiscal year 23 of the number of teachers. And I will report out on this at next month's business meeting. So we are going to provide you with the staffing counts by category for the last 3 fiscal years so that apples can be compared to apples, if you will. I would also like to provide some clarifying information regarding my personal contributions to my health insurance. It is my understanding that it has been a topic of conversation with some members of the community. During the 2020-2021 school year, my first year here, I was on my husband's health insurance for part of the year, so my contributions were prorated. However, last year and this year, I have subscribed to the district's health plan for the full years. During fiscal year, which began July 1st, 2021 through June 30, 2022, I contributed $10,043.28. During this fiscal year, July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023, I will have contributed $10,043.28. To be clear, I pay 35% of the cost of the health plan package. I hope that this clears this up. Thank you. Ms. Stites?
Thank you. This time we're going to move into the Board of Education report. I'm going to mention that the board is very pleased to report that negotiations between the board and the Wall Township Administrative and Supervisory Council are being conducted and moving forward in a very positive and mutually respectful manner. The board appreciates the effort and communication put forth by the WTASC negotiations team, and we hope to reach an agreement in the near future. Mr. Nasser, would you please give us a referendum update?
Thank you, Ms. Stites. Two changes in status on items for referendum this month. There is a resolution for our bond sale on the agenda. We need to get that approved so we can stay on track to get the closing on or around July 18th. Additionally, there was a scope change at Allenwood and West Belmar for some additional site testing and civil engineering design. So there is a change to the contract also on the agenda under the business items, I believe. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hodnett, would you like to update us on your experience today?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Stites. This morning, Mr. Buffa, Mr. Malif, and I, along with many educators, directors, supervisors, and administrators, attended Wall's first Unified Athletics kickball game against Toms River. And it was a wonderful experience in a really special location. I convinced my sister-in-law and nephew to join me, and he loved that playground. And when the kickball game was over and all of the high school students came and played on it and enjoyed lunch together, it just continued the sportsmanship that was evident throughout the game, with no differentiation between who was a buddy and who was a student receiving extra support. And it was just a lovely example of what our community is. So I'm looking forward to more of those experiences.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on the board that would like to contribute to the board report?
Can I just correct my last
You may.
statement? The bond resolution is item 17H. The capital project scope change is item 15A.
Thank you. At this time, we have committee reports with minutes are published. Do we have any updates from any of our committee chair people? Okay. Seeing none. Oh, sorry. We're going to move on. At this time, I'm going to be opening the floor for public comment on agenda action items. Again, please feel free to either use the podium down on the floor or the podium in the back of the room.
Thank you. Susan Meerdink. I think the agenda item is 16JJ. I would like to request that it be tabled until there can be a meeting with the stakeholders, students, and parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tierney Connors, I would just like to clarify regarding section 16, item JJ, that our unit is very aware of what the unit or the section will do. We are aware that it would be a part-time job for our leader and it would be a pay cut. And we understand that it is not a direct elimination of our program. But I would just like to clarify that by doing that, it puts our program at a risk of elimination due to the limited amount of time that our unit will be together. Thank you.
Thank you.
The board's reasoning and behind having a small amount of students in classes is a little bit off. Less than 1% of the country is currently in the service, few can even enter the service in the first place, so it would be understandable that few would choose to enter the program. This program prepares current students for the real world, and we cover a multitude of important subjects ranging from basic economics to public speaking, which we are using right now. As you can see, the class teaches many skills that seem to get overlooked but are really performance enhancing in real life. ROTC provides many opportunities for community service and leaves a large impression on each student to take the course. Students join knowing that they will make connections and build relationships along the way. Some came in looking to further current interests and to pursue a career in the military, while others walk through the door looking to be pointed in the right direction and pushed to new levels they previously didn't even know were possible. Many, including myself, have stayed out of trouble because of this program. You say that the program isn't being eliminated, rather the teacher is being put on part-time pay. How does one support a family off a part-time job? The instructor would have no choice but to seek another job for the sake of their children. If you cared so much for the program, this would be a non-issue. If it was as important as it was made out to be, we wouldn't have had this conversation to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Baldessar. You say that everything will be the same tomorrow, but to give credit to Gavin Carnella, the cadet that was attempting to raise his hand during the after the public speaking, he was attempting to say, how will this? You said that this will be the same tomorrow or like that, but how will this evolve and how will this be in the years to come? How will this, what will this turn into? How will this change? I have showed up to every single Board of Ed meeting that I have been asked to be a part of. I have conducted myself properly, and I feel like every cadet has. And even after not being acknowledged at a meeting a few months back, and to give credit where credit is due, you did proceed to acknowledge us after we made that, we brought that to your attention. And as a person, I'm looking into a military career, and I see myself going to a college with a scholarship for an ROTC from Wall High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Scott. I would just like to bring up the point that you guys are saying that you care so much about our program when we get the least funding out of all the programs. And I know if you look at any of our uniforms, none of us have name tags because we can't afford them. And the instructor has been putting in his own pocket money so we can get new ribbons and the opportunities we've been given. Making this a part-time title would eliminate any opportunity for us to practice or even come here to do color guards because we wouldn't be able to practice and know how to do it. And I also request that we table the vote.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucas Seelinger. I've been in the program for 3 years now. I'm currently a tuition student, and I live in Neptune City, but I go to Wall. To start, I'd just like to say, you stated that you want to support our program, but if it's cut from full-time to part-time, you are limiting our ability to learn and practice after school. Next, again, if it's changed to part-time, how can you expect our instructor to be able to support his family who has 2 kids, and he won't be able to balance the cut in his wage? Finally, as I stated earlier, I am a tuition student, and I know that since my freshman year of high school, my tuition has been raised every single year since up to this year. And I also have been informed that the taxes of Wall Township citizens has been raised for the school. And I would just like to ask, where has that money been going if we cannot afford for this program? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Lee. I am the current commanding officer of the Wall NNDCC unit. I have been to more meetings than I can count for your Board of Education, and there has been several times where you've forgotten about us. You still say the pledge, but you just forgot to acknowledge us even if we're standing right in front of you. On the regard of 16JJ, putting the naval science instructor on part-time would leave the unit without leadership. leaving the unit without leadership will make it nearly impossible for us to do the color guard you have asked us to do here at this Board of Education. It will limit us to do the color guard at the Wall Friday night football games, along with other community events like the community Light the Night that just happened. I read the statement, and it says you were cutting because of, not cutting, but reducing the time that he has for economic and the amount of pupils. And economy, we don't have any money. We have to ask other schools and the American Legion for donations just so the cadets you see right there can wear the uniforms to do the color guard for your Board of Education. In my 4 years in the Wall High School unit, we have max have 50 students. We have 966 students at Wall High School right now. Neptune ROTC has less than 100 students, and they have about 200 more students than us. So you're saying you wish we had 200 students, 200 cadets in the unit, which would be nearly impossible. Not even Neptune has 200 students. They have less than half of that. And we had COVID. Everything was cut. Right now we have about 40 cadets in the unit, a little bit more than 40. So you want to cut our naval science instructor for part-time because of the loss of 10 cadets. If the football team lost 10 football players, you wouldn't be part-timing the coaches. I do want to ask, again, as Gavin Cartinella asked, what's to happen of the unit when you put him in, when you put our naval science instructor into part-time? What happens if the naval science instructor doesn't stay? What'll happen to the unit? I recently earned a scholarship through the American Legion because I was in JROTC. They were only supposed to give out one scholarship, but because of the NSI, and me and Nina Diapolito, the American Legion told us, your leadership skills are so good, we are both giving you the scholarship. And that is because of the NSI, the person you are trying to put part-time. The cadets over there, I am currently a senior, so I will not be able to, I won't be here next year. But the cadets right there, part-timing the NSI will limit their ability to get those scholarships. You said you are committed to the program, yet you're part-timing the NSI. I have put a lot into this unit. I have spent all 4 years inside and out of school for this unit. For this unit, for you to put the NSI in part-time is pretty much saying this unit will crumble.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I don't want to see it. The people here don't want to see it. The students don't want to see it. You're the Board of Education. Listen to the students. I'd like to also table the vote.
Thank you.
Mary Connors, Wall Township. I posted on any Wall Township site I could find about Section 16JJ around 4:30 this afternoon. As soon as my daughter called me, hysterical, crying. I believe in my heart of hearts that the superintendent would have fumbled through that superintendent statement at first had I not posted that and you had not gotten a text. Because your superintendent report after the fact was very well formed with no ums and ands. So don't tell me that was in your superintendent report. It was not. It was because you got texted that I was lighting a fire in the community. This is a very patriotic community, and we may only have 46 students in the NNDCC, but you have 46 extremely patriotic families behind them, and neighbors and friends. You cut this program, you turn your backs on the American flags. Have we not had enough negative publicity in this town? Because I am going to go on a campaign and call every single newspaper and reporter I can find to let them know you're turning your back on the flag and the students that are proud to hold it and march across our football field. Our team wears red, white, and blue. Did you forget that? Family? Where's the nation and family? Are you serving all the students or just the ones that your kids are part of? The programs your kids are part of? Where in any of your minutes did you discuss turning the naval science teacher to part-time? Can you please email me? Where in any of your minutes did you discuss the so-called support once that teacher has to give up his job to support his family? Where is it? Don't table it, vote no on it. There's no way that the current teacher can accept this part-time job. And you have no plan to support these students once he has to support his family. This is very bad optics, and I don't think we need any more bad optics in this town. If my daughter comes to me crying, the mama bear in me comes out, and I'm going to defend her to the death. This is her best year grades, best year academically, best year organizationally, best year in her achievements both in school and out. Because of this program has taught her responsibility, respect, and honor. Do not take that away from my child or anyone else's child. The numbers are down because of COVID. She wanted to join in her freshman year, but she was floundering at home in her bed in her pajamas on Zoom meetings. And then in her sophomore year, she didn't know if she had it in her. She didn't know if she was strong enough. And she came to me at the 11th hour when she was entering her junior year classes and said, I'm changing everything and I'm taking this class. And it was the best damn decision that child has ever made in her life. And it's going to form her future. I will help run a recruitment night with all of those proud cadets, and I will get you 50 more cadets in uniform by next year. I promise you.
Thank you. Great.
Hi, my name is Joseph Nardino. I live in West Belmar and I teach in this building. I was just wondering, is this an appropriate time to make a comment about policy that would be for a first reading today, or would there be a more appropriate time?
You can comment now.
Okay. Do you want to go first? So I'm the WTA's policy analyst, and I'd like to address two items that are on tonight's agenda for the first reading, both of which deal with emergency virtual and remote learning. I realize that much of the language is guided by state law, so I'm sorry if some of the issues I raise end up being a moot point, but I just thought I would bring up some observations that we noticed. In Regulation 2425, Section B, the threshold that triggers the superintendent's power to enact remote or virtual learning is 3 consecutively closed school days. Perhaps the board would consider adding a threshold of cumulative days. This would be helpful if we were ever faced with a series of emergency closures. Again, I don't know if that was guided by state statute, but that was something that we noticed. The WTA would like to express appreciation for Section B2C8 in that regulation, which respects the social and emotional health of staff members. Now I'd like to address policy 2425. In paragraph 8, the second to last sentence states, in the event of an emergency instruction, the superintendent shall consult with the board prior to such a decision if practicable. The WTA would like to be included in this same sentence. In an emergency, it is our members who will keep our schools going. We're not suggesting that we should be granted any special authority, but our union leaders should be part of such conversations because we need to be in the know. Our inclusion would help ensure that the district's plan will be enacted as smoothly as possible. It would be something helpful to such a situation. The WTA would also like to express appreciation for paragraph 9, which highlights the rights of collective bargaining. The final section of this policy states that hourly employees are not protected if their work hours are reduced. The WTA would like you to reconsider this because it feels that it is kicking people while they're down, people who take care of our children every day. Please at least consider adding a time frame such as 3 days before hourly employees are made vulnerable to an extended emergency closing. This final point is perhaps the most important point. Neither this regulation nor this policy addresses including any WTEA members in the creation of our district's emergency plan. It would be wise to include our leaders or maybe a committee of our members because our insights, the people who will be teaching during an emergency, can help the administration develop the most effective plan. At the very least, you should stipulate that the administration must share its detailed emergency plan with the WTA once it's created and whenever it's revised, so that the WTA may proactively address any potential problems. We would not want to be in the middle of an emergency just to be faced with a flawed plan. Again, our insights can help. I'm happy to see that the board is being proactive in developing such policies because an effective emergency plan will benefit our entire community. The suggestions I've made tonight on behalf of the WTA are in that same spirit as we work together to enact policies that will affect our community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Liz Cross. I'm a school psychologist for Wall Township. I have a non-agenda item. I wanted to know if now I should speak about it or another time.
If you could get in touch with us. School-related issues are the first public comment. This is action, agenda action.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when is she going to talk about it? Next month. The only one. Next month? Next month. That's very good, Christine. Hi, I'm Betsy Cross. Nice to meet you, Elizabeth Cross. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you let her speak? Because you don't have another public comment. You have a staff member here. She wants to talk. So obviously you should let her talk. It's ridiculous. On the ROTC, I agree with Mary. It should all be a no tonight. Otherwise, you need to table it. Completely thrown off guard with this whole thing. You don't have it anywhere in the minutes. You've never talked about it. I've been coming to meetings. I look at the minutes. So let us know tonight. When did you discuss it? When and where did you discuss it? To put it on an agenda tonight and cut him down to, it's 0.6 of his pay. You had no intention of letting the people know. It was to just hide it in there. Meanwhile, we've got Brian Smythe. He must be down for 10 jobs tonight. It's ridiculous. Get your house in order. Get the comptroller's office in here and figure out where all the money's going. Because it's ridiculous to think that you don't have the money for 40 grand for a guy at home working himself to the bone, that you couldn't find $40,000. That just sounds ridiculous, like we're complete idiots. And he doesn't take any benefits. That reminds me, Miss Handerhan, I asked you what you contributed for
It's Dr. Hanrahan, Ms. Cross.
I asked her what
Thank
she
you.
contributed when she was first employed, because her
statement said she contributed 2% of her benefits and not 35 as required by law. That has been my question over and over again, and the usual rigmarole, not answering questions, talking to Adam Nasser, and she does answer the question that I asked you. I don't need to answer questions I didn't ask you. We know you now contribute 35% because I made sure of it. You got a retroactive raise when we could have been paying the ROTC teacher. It's despicable. You transfer money like it's crazy. We found $500,000 to pay Rose Sergio to stay home, to pay 2 football coaches for 17 months, and to have an acting high school principal with no contract and no job description. But we can't find 40 grand. So, yes, hopefully all the newspapers will pick up on this because it's outrageous. Looking at your HIB report, you know, the mismanagement with basically every dollar you have, you couldn't even get right in your audit report how many teachers you have until I pointed it out to you that you had it wrong. I mean, come on. How do we believe anything that comes out of anybody's mouth that sits up here? Start working for the kids or just put in your resignations because people have had it.
Thank you.
Hi, Nathan Scott. I just have one more thing I would like to say before you all vote. I want everyone on the board to look at all of us in the eyes and tell us that you guys are planning on destroying the program that taught us how to be people in the real world.
Thank you.
Alex Coleman, back at it again. Yeah, I'd like to actually know, when is the vote happening? Right now? Right now? Okay, I just want to make sure I had that. Also, you know, like I said a million times before, it's helped me a lot personally. I know next year, even if the program does stay, it won't affect me that much if it were to inevitably close out. However, I believe this program has benefited me in so many ways that it would be a shame to do away with it. I mean, it's helped me out because I know without it, I'd be doing a lot more kind of, you know, screwing around when I shouldn't be. And it's served as a way to put my negative energy into a positive thing, put it towards the community, help everybody out in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jack Baldessar. I just have to come up here and say like 2 more things just about how in preparation for, we all know that we have significant, like 40 people in the ROTC, but I went out there, and I know multiple people have gone out there to say that, to like recruit people for I went out and recruited 3 people in the past month for this program because I want to see it progress and I want to see it go on. I think when I was told that when Gavin Cartinella came to me and told me, like, I'm in this awesome program, and I think you should join it, and I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I was a week late. I came in, and I learned than adults that I know. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else for public comment on agenda action items? Seeing none, we're going to close the floor for public comment.
Madam President?
Yes.
I know it's a little unusual, but I'd like to request that we go back into executive session for personnel matters, because I have a few questions on several things that aren't appropriate for public meeting before we move forward.
I'll second that request.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All against? 2? Okay. Roll call, please.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
I'll second.
Here for the roll call, Ms. Vanizio?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa? Yes. Ms. G. Giovanni?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
No.
Mr. Mallett?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
No.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The board is going to adjourn to executive session until 10 o'clock.
9:50.
We hope to return 10 o'clock.
10:50.
Okay.
10:50.
It may be a little bit sooner. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene the business meeting of the Wall Township Board of Education. Mr. Smythe, will you please do roll call?
Yes, I will. Mr. Agnesiu.
Here.
Mr. Buffa.
Here.
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Here.
Ms. Hodnett.
Here.
Mr. Malif.
Here.
Mr. Nasser.
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak.
Here.
Ms. Stites.
Here. Thank you. At this time, may I please have a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Mrs. Hodnett?
I'll second.
Is that Mr. Mallet? Oh, Mr. Wondrak, thank you.
Roll call.
Roll call,
Any
please.
questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Agnesiu.
Yes, but I'm going to abstain from 15B and 16A, Roman numeral X, letter A, for the part pertaining to a family member.
Noted. Mr. Buffa.
Yes.
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett.
Yes, but I'm going to abstain to item 15B and item 16A, Roman numeral X, letter A, as it pertains to a family member.
Noted. Mr. Malif.
Yes, with the following exceptions. Abstentions: 15B, 16A, Roman numeral 6, numbers 16, 24, and 66, and Roman numeral 10, numbers 219 and 220. Yes on the rest.
Noted. Mr. Nasser.
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
Yes, but I'm going to abstain on the personnel.
Is that on the HR report?
Yes.
Noted. Mr. Wondrak.
Yes.
Ms. Stites.
Yes. Thank you. At this time, may I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Sanfilippo, Ms. DiGiovanni, all in favor? All in favor? Thank
Aye.
you.